who is going to prevail this evening. In this tightest of rivalries, their 17th meeting, they cannot be split.
Selby
8 wins apiece. Let battle commence.
Selby пятый в рейтингу, Марк Аллен четвертый. Також четвертьфінал вийшли Алі Картер Джерд Трамп, Алі Картер виграв з Трампом з рахунком 6-5. Ронні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс, Ронні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський, Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Ронні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Selby, Аллен. В цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Вільямс, Роберт Вілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Мін Джен Хун, Ніл Робертсон, Джон Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так матч грається 17 фреймів.
Something similar, hard match play. That first shot from Selby was hit too much on the thick side of the potting angle, as you can see. Usually, if you're going to see the miss, it'll be on the other side. Send the cue ball down the table.
Selby забиває жовтий шар. Середню лузу, вихід на червоний.
It was an epic battle at the Crucible, and a real seesaw affair as well. Mark Allen held sway in the early stages. He led 6-3, then found himself 16-10 behind, on the cusp of defeat, and did a Mark Selby really, battled his way back to within a frame, 16-15. Selby eventually got over the line well after midnight. Both players with an average shot time in that match of over 30 seconds. So it was grueling.
В першому фреймі, вихід на чорний.
Interesting to hear Selby say to Rachel ahead of this match that he feels as though there are quite a few similarities between them, and I think that's true actually. Allen, as we know, has somewhat remodelled his game in the last couple of years, with great success, it must be said. Prepared to play the percentages a bit more often than he used to, when he was often flying around the table, could blow hot and cold. But you can't argue with the success he's had in recent times. 3 titles last season, including the UK Championship, and of course he came from 5 behind against Ding to win that one. So perhaps a more formidable all-round opponent these days than he's ever been.
Well, he's definitely more measured in his approach. I mean, there's no question of that. He slowed his game down a bit, but maybe at times a little too far, but the balance seems to be right at the moment. And the champion of champions in the shootout, which were 2 very different events, but he did pick them both up. There's, you know, you can't argue with that. And he is one of the form players of the season. Never mind what he achieved last season.
Yes, and the way he played in the Champion of Champions, as Jimmy alluded to, was remarkable, really.
20.
4 matches, all, of course, against tournament winners, including Jimmy himself, Ali Carter, who he could play tomorrow night, John Higgins, and then Trump in the final. He only lost 8 frames in those 4 matches, so he was back to his brilliant best.
Just come awkward there, though. He can screw it away from the other reds through the gap for the pink. Where he's always been very good is at shots like that. Very close quarters, close to the ball, staying in prime position. That's always been his way of playing, and he doesn't always use the cushions. I suppose takes one imponderable out of the equation if you can do that. You hear people complaining about bad bounces of cushions and stuff. Not so much at the moment or these days. If you don't use them, well, that's one less thing to worry about. Obviously, sometimes he has to.
27.
He is good in the middle of the table.
$28.
1 or 2 extra seconds on that black, but pushed it to the near jaw. So there's a reprieve for Mark Selby, just 28 the lead for Allen.
You can't really find an obvious reason why that stayed out or why he missed it. He was playing the cannon. It's pretty regulation stuff for these top players, quite honestly. And he walked away. Didn't give any emotion away, but it would be a very disappointing end to that break.
Mark Selby brushed aside the challenge of Rob Milkins in his first match. Had an outstanding record initially at the Masters, won it on debut, of course, 2008. In his first 7 years here, he made 5 finals, winning 3 of them, but since 2014, nothing better than this quarter-final stage. So hungry, I'm sure, to put that right this evening.
Yeah, I mean, the shot he played was in hope, I think, just to go into the side of what was left of the bunch. They were not that tightly grouped. Safety, though, here is where I think Selby always is very good at, obviously, disappointment of not getting an even break from the shot before, but he puts a lot of effort into all of his safety attempts. There's no point in just taking shots lightly. Never know if you could just eke out a little bit of an edge by playing the right shots all the time.
Mark Allen showed his trademark mettle in winning that seesaw match with John Higgins. Fantastic pressure red to launch the match-winning break in the decider after he trailed 3-1, led 5-3. So often he delivers when the pressure is at its greatest, and of course the same could be said of the man he's playing this evening. And that's why pretty much everyone is predicting that this will go tight and potentially very long.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could be of a very high standard. It might run along nicely, but that these two are both players that you now have to scrape off the table if Plan A doesn't work. And that was the World Championship match, really. High quality, although I do think that Luca Bracel, I think, is a worthy world champion, but didn't diminish his chances in the final that Selby had that tough game with Allen the evening before. Plant to the middle pocket, just offset. That's it, just straightened up slightly.
Allen was the player of last season with those 3 big titles and just his second ever Crucible semi-final. But this season in the ranking events, more modest. Oh, he's missed the yellow.
That's a poor start for Mark Allen. He's missed 2 shots that he would hardly ever miss, quite honestly. The black and now that yellow. And he did make the point, and I agree with you that he stood over both shots for longer than perhaps he would normally. Took a long time on them. I'm not talking about average shot times, because a lot of that is your build up to every shot, but standing over the shot, it was a long time just waiting for the shot to actually be executed.
8.
Mark Selby will be picking up the early signs of some possible nerves in his opponent with those two unexpected misses, and would love to take full advantage by punishing with something substantial here, possibly frame winning. These are the frames, as we know, that hurt that bit more when you've had the chance yourself and given it back to your opponent, and then have to spend the rest of the frame watching in your chair, getting ever more agitated.
Sure whether he kind of walked away from the shot quickly there. He can't be happy with quite where he's finished. But if you expected to get a small cannon and a red, this is not the angle on the black he was looking for. And that's the reason he's not on a red now. Got one above the black, which is a thin shot to nothing, but that's not anything like he was hoping for. That is a very good recovery shot. He's not on the colour very easily. He's a bit unfortunate. He was just dropped into sort of no man's land, really, in the middle of the table from this. He's got shots, but none of them are easy. Pretty positive shot to play. I think he first looked at yellow or green and he was more likely to play those, but that was a nice shot. Giving him a choice of two reds. It would be an early blow, I think, if he could win this frame from the two chances that Allen has not taken. Clearly got work to do, however, because only a handful of points in front.
Many cherished Masters memories for Mark Selby, not least his first, because it was his first professional tournament before he won his first ranking event when he beat Stephen Lee back in 2008.
Well, this is where the difficult shots probably come. Red by the pick. I'm not sure if it goes without being moved. And the other one, of course, he has to move. I think it goes from up there. I don't think he played the cannon there. I think what he played was quite a nice shot. First, you might have assumed he tried to flick the left red out, but from up here, the red will go past the pink. Oh no, beg your pardon, he didn't. So take it all back. He did play the cannon. Some mile out.
Black, Selby 41.
He missed it by a long way, and I expected that was why he finished on that. When you saw it from the lower angle, that was evident the red didn't pot, so nervy shot playing that cannon then. Even the benefit of the doubt there. I think we can expect a match with a lot of this very tactical play on the sort of end game of frames.
So 20 Selby's advantage, still 43 on the table.
It was a good shot though, wasn't it? There, you see, that last shot. And this is, again, just underlines where he is strong, because he's covered the only red that is in open play. There's a handy 20-point lead that Selby has, but not necessarily sure to win in the frame, although with the black safe, I mean, the obvious safety shot here would be to push the top red onto the black. I don't think he'll do that. He doesn't want the black in play. Very rarely place the wrong shot. If he does do it, play onto the black, it will be gently, I think. They are leaving it where it is.
Mentioned that Alan's ranking event season has been relatively modest, or at least it was until he won the shootout. He actually needed those points to get into the top 32 on the one-year list, and therefore next week's World Grand Prix. That's a big mistake, though. Full ball cannon on the pink. So a number of errors in this opening frame from Mark Allen. Of course, Selby is going to need both remaining reds to win the frame.
A very long bridge there, as you can see from where his hand is and where the ball is. Yeah, it wasn't easy, was it? It's a very edgy start between these two. A lot was made of Selby's win against Milkins. Everyone thought, well, this is the gold standard. He's going to be playing brilliantly, but Rob Milkins didn't do himself a lot of credit. He didn't play well. Not like he can in that match, it's safe to say. I think he'd be the first to admit that. So what that form meant, I'm not certain, as far as how Selby is playing. Well, if he can land right in behind yellow, he can make this quite a difficult snooker with the black there as well. We saw Ali Carter rolling up to the black earlier at the black end of the table. It was about this distance away, and he finished way short. And snookered himself, of course, so you have to get as tight as possible without finishing short on these. I think it was worth doing. Sometimes players don't want to play the snooker behind the colour now when it is an easy one to hit, but I don't think this is easy. Certainly to hit it and keep it safe. That red is a uncomfortable distance away from the cushion as far as Selby is concerned. Well, that was
Foul.
a
Nice.
mile away. It was difficult.
Black on
And it's a
4.
free ball. Whether that
Free ball.
is of any interest to him, I can't think. But back it goes. Pretty surprised how far he missed it by. He's very accomplished at getting out of snookers.
Desislav Vasiljevic, just making sure the cue ball was exactly as it was. So Selby with his second try.
Yes, because he'd like to go 2 cushions, but he can't with the blackness, so it's 1. It's a straight 1 here. Oh, yes, there's good news and bad news there, isn't there? Because you can be certainly being snookered again. This is an absolute cast-iron snooker. Done with getting right in behind it there. I think that could have played that better. I know it's a snooker, goodness, I'm not saying it's easy. Just cutting away even the left-hand cushion, perhaps. Taking that out of the mix. I think 3 cushions this time. Left, top, right.
Foul. Nice.
It'll go
Black
back.
on 4.
First frame of a possible 11, tense, tight, little nervy, perhaps setting the tone for the evening.
I think that's where Selby's very good, because if he was to miss the first snooker, he learns seemingly a lot from it. He could have hit more of the red, I suppose, and left the red on, but he'd be pleased not to have done so.
Так, зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу, в якому зіграє Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфінал вийшли Алі Картер, Джеред Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джеред Трампа з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Мін Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів.
Well, there was a big target area there to get something behind any one of the bolt colours. Looking at the top side of this red to push the red this end and keep the cable in the bulk end, which he's achieved.
Так, початок першого фрейму.
But he needs cover, which he hasn't got. Half a chance, I think.
Селбі забуває жовтий шар
He's missed one already.
в середню лузу.
Right corner of
На
red that
червоний.
he might have got, which he overcut.
Забуває його праву ближню лузу. На розовий.
He's just run on a little.
Yeah, I think run on far enough perhaps to make this not so bad to middle to get onto the yellow. But I think initially
в першому фреймі вихід на чорний.
it was looking to play on
Була
the
його праву лузу.
ball to the corner pocket,
І
not the
Селбі
middle.
виграє перший фрейм з рахунком 1-0.
It's a nice shot though. That is a good shot, and with a 15-point lead, yellow, green and brown were doing very nicely, thank you very much.
4.
Shades of Judd Trump about that one, who of course earlier missed match ball and losing 6-5 to Ali Carter, and acknowledged afterwards the better player had won. Wanted to play the winner tomorrow in the semis. So 17 the lead, just green and brown for Selby to get off the mark first.
Nine.
Mark Allen will look back on a couple of missed pots in this frame, the black off its spot early when he was in, and then the yellow into the right centre. And then left that long red for Selby.
13.
And the 3 times champion has done the rest.
Four.
27-minute frame. Well, that wasn't bad cueing, was it? Nice way to polish off the colours. Mark Selby off the mark then here at Alexandra Palace. What a battle we could be in for this evening. But it's Selby who leads Mark Allen 1-0.
To Selby.
Their 17th meeting in all, their 3rd at the Masters, but it's Mark Selby who's prevailed in the previous 2. They both went the distance, 2009, 2010 in the quarterfinals. Of course, once again, there's a semi-final place at stake tonight. Mark Allen champion in 2018 when he beat Kyron Wilson. We saw his celebration, having potted the key balls to get over the line.
Mark Selby to break.
He really covets these Triple Crown titles, added the UK Championship last season to his CV. I'd love to become a multiple Masters champion. Selby, of course, has long since achieved that. And for Selby, looking to become just the 3rd player in the history of this event to win it on 4 occasions. Only Ronnie O'Sullivan and Stephen Hendry have won more than him.
Terrific pot. And I think, you know, if he's going to win this match tonight, those are the kind of shots he's going to have to pot. He's got to get himself in with opportunities of his own rather than be gifted anything, because Selby invariably doesn't do that. That was an excellent red to play on, because that's just obscuring the black when it's potted. So now the black will be completely out in the freedom.
Mark Allen has proved repeatedly during this purple patch of success he's enjoyed in the last couple of seasons that his temperament is rock solid. 6-1 down to Ding in that UK final. Only lost 1 more frame. And winning 10-7, and then he was 4-1 down to Zhou Yulong when he was looking to retain his Northern Ireland Open. Didn't lose another frame. So
11.
So not phased by falling behind. And of course, he came from 16-10 down against the man he's playing tonight at the Crucible and got himself back to within 1 frame. So he is tremendously resilient these days. 3-1 behind to John Higgins
12.
in the previous round. And as he said himself ahead of this match, he can now win when he's not playing at his best, and it's such an attribute. We know that Selby's been doing that most of his career. It's one thing to lift the trophies when you're flying, it's another to have the skills to dig in when required and prevail when you are struggling.
She's got to get the balls in line here, Desislava, and I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Maybe. Otherwise, it'll have to go below the bunch. I think we'll have to come out of there now. I'm not really touching the ball, is it? Well, okay. Just about in line. That's good. And this is the perfect angle of the blue to screw into that top red and try and get everything in the open. And if he hits it right, I'm sure that will happen. If he hits it incorrectly, the ball will just, cue will just slide off either one side or the other. Very good. Goodness me, he's really unlucky there. He's really unlucky. He's got a red, but he's right over the other ball, and I don't think he could have played it much better. Look at the cue ball. It stayed in the centre table. It didn't hit a cushion, which means the bunch have all been hit squarely. And look at that outcome.
Flag on 24.
Well, obviously he didn't want to play a safety shot, but he has made it quite a good one. But of course, against this man Selby, he's usually got the answers. He's got to find a route back up the table from here, and he hasn't got the answers. But he has got a bit of luck on his side, because it was a big misjudgment, and he's got away with it. Well, he did knock in a good long red start of this frame, Alan, which he didn't somewhat unluckily capitalise on. Got another chance to do so here, but of course these are not easy. He deserves to be getting on more balls than he is. I mean, Selby made a mistake and got out of trouble from a safety battle that Alan won. At the moment, Alan's got 25 points to show for a pretty good frame he's played. This, of course, is missable.
And again, he's undercut it, but it was tough. He was unlucky, wasn't he, earlier in the frame when he didn't land on something, when he hit the reds very nicely. Sometimes you need that bit of fortune to go with the skill. He hasn't had it so far. He's left Mark Selby with a pretty presentable opportunity. It's 25 behind.
Yeah, I mean, I should think Mark Allen is wondering quite how he's let Selby have this chance, because, as I say, he's kind of played a good half a frame until he had that difficult black. And now Selby's got the best chance of the lot. Kind of landed nice on a plate for him. But he's still got to take it, of course.
Six. Seven. Yeah.
Looks to be a very thin contact, sort of miniature version of that 85 final Steve Davis Black. There was mentions that Judd had one earlier. It's kind of more like this on a slightly wider scale. It clearly was more difficult than this, because you're never going to miss this. It's that kind of look about it, you know. It's
15.
I don't think I've ever seen this shot completely set up again, actually, in a match. I suppose it will always crop up now and then. Well, this is a real stretch, isn't it? Tall man, Selby, but he can't reach this without some help. Well, that was one that might have kept Mark Allen interested in his chairs. Only just went in.
17.
And I think a lot's been made of the fact that these tables are now, well, they've been using these, what are we up to, day 6. Cloth has not been changed, and they can get a little bit tighter, the tables. It'll be redone overnight for the semis and the final, and they'll possibly play a tiny bit easier then.
18.
The left-hand red, the one to the right of the pink. That little group of 4 is the one he'd like to play on, I think.
24.
Selby into the lead. Still plenty to do to turn this into a frame-winning visit to the table. Queuing pretty well though, 94% pot success in the early stages. Very much a return to form for him last season, of course, with a couple of ranking titles as well as his World Championship final appearance.
They can always be missed, those. They look easy. You see that camera angle behind, which kind of almost foreshortens the distance between the balls. But I didn't think he would miss it, I have to say. He was right behind there. The extra bit of force you have to put in, and his cue action slightly let him down there. Moment in the match that is early, but if he dispatches that chance and gets 2-0, the frustrations for Alan start to build. Now he could still win the frame. And if he did, he could just draw a blank under these first couple of frames. I think we might get a lot of this tonight, you know, matches, frames that are a bit like this that end up the second half being quite significant in them.
Very well engineered. He thought about it.
Well, I saw him looking at it. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he was ever going to play that. It was a brilliant shot. Because it's a plant in off, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot got to go right here. It was lined up, but, you know, even then, the good thing about it also is push that red over the pocket. I suppose if the shot's on, it's on, but you've got to take a risk playing it. It'd be hard to even set that shot up, never mind actually play it.
Clearly still some life in this frame with one of the remaining reds awkwardly placed, for now at least.
It's a big shot, isn't it, here? But I don't think... can he get past the pink here? Because what he'd love to do is play the cannon now on the red, possibly end up, if he didn't get on it, taking on the other red, which is near the pocket. But seemingly the pink's close to being in the way or halfway in the direct line. Not another ball he's missed, and the worst possible outcome is that he knocked the other red out. Can you believe that? To knock the other red out was the worst thing that could have happened. It's even worse than missing the pot.
What a chance for Selby to double his lead. Nothing safe.
Six.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's no reason whatsoever why he shouldn't win the frame here. 10 points in front when this red's spotted. Whatever colour he takes, he won't need an awful lot more after that. And the brown is put back on its spot. The black is not going to be in its way, which is important. Certainly not to the left corner, especially with the green to brown. Meaning the brown's always going to be potted into that pocket. Play a great shot there.
11.
I think he wanted to be straight on this yellow. He covered well.
30.
Mark Allen must be already a bit frustrated. How on earth has he lost these 2 frames? He's made a few mistakes, hasn't he?
And having executed
16.
that excellent plant, it was looking good for him. He was always going to have to try and negotiate the awkward red on the left side cushion, but didn't get close to doing that. And in the process, having missed, he inadvertently brought it out for Selby, and predictably Selby's done the rest. So great start for the 3-times champion. 2 very close
25.
frames. The tight ones often make the difference between victory and defeat at the end of a match like this, and Selby has won both so far. Doesn't worry about the black, he doesn't need to. Mark Selby off to the perfect start. Mark Allen with things to think about. 1 or 2 errors from him have proved costly, and Selby moves into a 2-frame advantage.
Well, that was what seemed like a very important miss. Of course, Allen had already missed a black off the spot earlier on. This was a brilliant shot from Mark Allen, but the important, well, crucial shot was the one where he missed the black. Here it is again. I mean, it's a sort of shot of the championship contender. This was the one. But if you look what happened, the black came out and flicked the red into play. And that was the awkward red for both players. That was Mark Allen's headache in trying to get the frame on by moving the red, but he moved it in a peculiar way. So, 2-0 to Selby over Allen. I mean, it could have been 2-0 the other way. It isn't. And a lot of that is down to Mark Allen missing very important shots.
He won't be panicking, Mark Allen. He made an indifferent start against John Higgins, found himself 3-1 behind and recovered in the end to win in a decider, but he'll be frustrated nonetheless with some of the mistakes he's made. A couple of missed blacks, a missed yellow as well in the opening frame. And in missing just now, of course, he developed the all-important red for Mark Selby, who mopped up to the pink. So 2-0 to the 3-times Masters champion against the 2018 winner, who of course hadn't won a match since claiming the title against Kyron Wilson 6 years ago before he beat Higgins. So that was a giant relief for him to get over the line and break that losing streak. But of course, having got this far, he wants to go a whole lot further, try and become a double Masters champion. He's got plenty of work ahead of him to make that happen.
Take your seats, please. The 3rd frame. Mark Allen terug.
Mark Allen playing catch-up in the early stages. 2-0 behind. 6 is the target. Ali Carter will play the winner tomorrow night. Carter made the point in our Eurosport studio earlier. He'd be quite happy to see these two scrap it out to the small hours. Well, there's definitely a possibility, but the way Selby started, he might have designs on something a little quicker than that.
Так, зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу, в якому зіграє Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфіналу вийшли Алі Картер, Джеред Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джеред Трампа з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. В цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Мартін Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Джин Фунт, Робертсон, Джон Хада, Лука Бексет. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Меді грає зі Хіггінс на фреймі.
A lot of the reds are covered, and a very thin edge on the left side is probably all he could achieve, or a containing shot where he puts the cue ball down on the cushion this end of the table.
Так, початок першого фрейму.
So yeah, dump shot as we call it.
Селбі забиває жовтий шар. Середній вузол, вихід на
The
червоний.
thing about the dump shot is if you do get a very good safety player playing the next shot, very often they can put you in the same, if not more trouble than you were in the previous go.
Вихід на розовий.
Don't know if you can get across to the right from those two reds up the table here. It's very hard to beat Mark Selby in a tactical exchange, especially in a best of 11 match.
3 очка. В першому фреймі вихід на чорний. Забиває його праву лузу.
He's tried that shot. He has tried it.
І Селбі виграє перший фрейм з
Good.
рахунком
I
1-0.
suspect Selby will have the answers again.
Початок другого фрейму.
Again, those two balls, the target balls, they're the green and brown. Very thoughtful player, though, Selby, and he gives every shot his 100% attention. Whether it be a pot or a tactical safety escape. So what do you do here? Just try and get the cue ball at the other end. Is what I'm saying. He's playing good safety shots, but they're not really troubling Selby. Now he's going to come off the left side of this red, up beyond the yellow. At this time, can he get anything out of this exchange?
Well, that is a mistake from Selby, catching the middle pocket jaw. So Mark Allen has won that little tactical battle. He's left this red, I think. So he's created this chance for himself.
Well, he has. It's a surprising shot, because the side he had on the cue ball was the reason he hit the middle pocket bump, actually. Had he been playing ball, he might not have done so.
Bit of a stretch, as you can see, so he might need the extension on his cue here. Just looking to establish himself this evening. But as mentioned, he's produced some very impressive comebacks during his run of great success over the last 12, 18 months or so. So a 2-0 deficit isn't going to scare him, but of course he is mindful that he's playing Mark Selby. Not great positionally.
Well, he might want to play this black, but I mean the reward should be there if it goes in. I think playing Selby, you have to take these sort of shots on and just get them. Because if you stay on the safety shots, then you're going to get very little out of Selby. Tough on this. Deserves to be on a red, because he was unlucky in the previous frame when he went into the bunch. That's much better. That's very good.
8.
Mark Allen's best shot of the evening for sure, because had he missed it, look what he was leaving. And he's never lacked for bottle, that's for sure. Showed that at the end against
9.
Higgins, that superb 80-plus break launched by a very tough red into the right centre, which also carried a lot of jeopardy had he missed it. Is that going to be the catalyst for him to really get going this evening?
$16. 17. 24. 25.
Well, I've read some blacks earlier on this break. He really may have in the back of his mind be thinking that he could like to keep potting reds and blacks, but what he really wants to do is win a frame after 2 disappointments in frames 1 and 2. But the red to the middle, it's a pretty obvious way of staying on the black.
32.
Natural angle, easiest colour to play on, really. And the other red as well to the corner. Choice.
Mark Allen was among the first to congratulate his friend and rival Sean Murphy on his extraordinary maximum at the shootout.
That's not bad. Again, the red he was going to play, he's still on to stay on blacks.
40. 41.
I think there comes the point where obviously you have to win the frame. I mean, it's the biggest cliche ever to say, well, the frame is always priority. When you do get to the point where you've taken 7 or 8 reds and blacks, there's always the chance you can continue along those lines. We've had one this week already, as we know. Deng Junhui making his second in Masters history of the 4 that have ever been made. I always think reds to middle like this, they're The safest bet to stay on the black. It's so much easier if you're on a red to middle than sometimes it's to the corner. You have to get high on the angle to go down with the black every time if you do.
49.
Got the worst chance. A lot of precision. You have to continue with the positional side of things.
And all the time mindful that winning the frame is the first priority, given Mark Selby's won the first two of this match.
56.
And that if he did make a mistake, they would all be there for Selby to punish.
Yeah, as I say though, I think it's just easier at the moment to stay on the black than make a conscious effort to go up for something else. Reds to middle again. That's what I'm saying. That's the way to ensure that you'll always play on the black. There's a chance of that. Many of these shots he's playing. And he is one for keeping it very simple on the positional side of things, as I was saying earlier.
64.
This break launched by a fantastic black under pressure. Very thin cutback to the opposite corner.
Yes, once again he's okay here, and
72.
now he's going to try for the 147, isn't he, when this red's potted? Why wouldn't he? Can't think of a reason. Because the frame is secure now. There's all systems go from here.
The first mission accomplished. The crowd know what's building here. They've already been treated to the perfect break by Ding this week. His second and only the fourth in Masters history. Rare it is indeed in the glorious 50-year history of this event.
80.
Well, he's gone across the table, and I don't see how he can keep this going now. It's funny because he wanted to make sure he screwed up a long way. If he'd have been a little shorter in pace, he'd have been on the red above the pink, but it would have been quite nice had he gone even further over, because the two reds on the left were going to be the problem. What does he do now? Is the question. Same referee, Desislava Boshalova, as the one earlier in the week. Well, this is incredibly difficult. Cue ball coming around the angles for the black. That is a fantastic shot. Can't tell you how easy he made what is a difficult shot as that look. That was brilliant.
What a recovery. Mark Selby made his own maximum history, of course, at the Crucible in the final, the first ever in the title match in Sheffield.
96.
He'll be rooting for Alan right now with the frame gone, but he's going to need another good pot. Badly hampered here. But he's knocking them all in.
97.
Yeah, he took the gamble, didn't he, to get the two reds moved. They were going to be troublesome. He's just slightly off straight. He'd love to have been straighter on this. Now, is not ideal. He would have liked to have been to the right of the pink, and then it's a simple shot. They're clapping the century. People hadn't forgotten that the century was made amongst all this.
Every shot is going to be applauded to the rafters by this capacity crowd from here on in. Can Alan hold his nerve? The last thing we need is any wildlife intervening at this stage of proceedings.
And he just wants to get either straight on the red or slightly above it. It's okay. That is quite straight. The black wiggled a little bit. Glad it dropped.
It's never ideal, is it, when there's a delay? Just takes you out of rhythm, but he passed the test.
Yes, I don't think he comes straight up and down the table very easily. He might have to come off the bottom and the left cushion, swinging it round. Can he just play plain ball and miss the pink to the right? Maybe. A strange way of going, wasn't it? Thought he might come around two cushions.
420.
He was coming towards the yellow rather than behind it. That wasn't one of his best. But we've seen one recovery shot. This is going to be another very difficult shot to play. Can he hold for the green? It's tough. Oh, we're in business here. Brilliant.
This is amazing stuff from Alan. The 12th thread was brilliantly retrieved. He's done it again. 5 colours away from more history. He's made 2 before. UK Championship 2016, Northern Ireland Open 3 years ago.
Well, that is usually the shot, and of course the pink is not ever like to be on its spot, but goodness, it's almost on it. It's just above it. Big bounce. Big bounce. No. Almost rather had he played it into the middle than that, because that would have been a certainty to be on the black. Now he's got to go all around the angles. He underhit. Pink wasn't on its spot. That was the problem. It made the difference.
Every member of this 2,000-strong Masters audience willing him on.
Yeah, the shot is there around the angle. It's always on, this shot. Slow down. Slow down. It's almost like the red he took at the black he took at the beginning of the break, but it's the worst scenario to finish there. Oh, don't do a Ken Doherty on us and miss the final black in the Masters.
Kirk Stevens, 40 years ago. Ding Junhui in 07. Marco Fu, 2015. Ding again this year. And now Mark Allen, 1 black away from the maximum. He's got it. What a break. More Masters history made. The 5th 147 in this great tournament. How did he pull that out? Magnificent, Mark Allen.
And in a nutshell, that right there is why we love watching snooker. The tension, the jeopardy, the elation, Mark Allen making history in the Ali Pali once again. The 2nd 147 we've seen in this tournament, the 5th in Masters history. Alan McManus, wow.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Maximum breaks are always fantastic, but there's always, it seems to be, a story to tell with him. The 2 reds that were locked together, he had to release those, he did. He's got the perfect action for the 3rd last red to just somehow punch it in, and once he got that one, you kind of knew.
Will Mark Selby respond with the final frame of the mid-sesh?
Everyone trying to catch their breath after more Masters history. What a moment once again for this crowd. A golden break from Mark Allen. Not just the fact that he's made just the 5th maximum break here in the 50-year history of the Masters. The 2nd this week after Ding Junhui, but the manner in which he made it. There were 5 shots in that break that were eminently missable, including the first black kneel and the last.
Yeah, the first and the last were very similar. The red that he cut back into the left corner, now for the black. Towards the end of the reds was terrific. The yellow to hold for the green, pink around the angles. I mean, there's always a few. You know, you're never going to see a 147 without a difficult shot in it. I just don't think that's possible. But there were a number of difficult shots, and he overcome all of the issues, which was especially good because in the first 2 frames he missed balls. But it's all is forgiven now. And certainly made it tonight even more interesting than it could have done. The other thing to say is that when Ding made his 147 the other night, I watched the replay of it a number of times now, the crowd have got their hands up in the air, they're celebrating like there's been a goal scored in their team have scored a goal. It's great to be in there to see something like that and to witness it live, even if you're not supporting any players, you know, and it's so nice for the spectators to see that.
Back to the business of trying to get to the semi-finals and a meeting with Ali Carter. And it was a vital frame for Mark Allen when you consider the difficulty of the thin black he took on right at the start of that break, which had he missed it, well, they were all there for Selby, of course, for 3-0, so it was a wonderful break in more ways than one. Having had just 3 maximums in the first 49 years of this tournament, we've now had 2 this week. Extraordinary. And he's off and running again.
Yeah, I think the thing about Mark Allen is when he gets his confidence, and anything could happen in this match in his favour now, I think that has given him a huge boost of confidence, and his precise, close control might be seen at even better effect for the remainder of it.
Yes, I mean, sometimes doing something that monumental can serve as a distraction for a while afterwards because the adrenaline levels are redlining. But I don't think that's going to be the case for Allen. He looks very much in the zone right now. What a break. Certainly opened the reds there.
Yeah, he's just got a fraction too far. The form he's in, he might take this red on you now into the right corner. He might just feel he can put any ball now. Because he's screwed in and out of that bunch. They zipped back. It's a very special moment. And it was a joy to watch. And he's trying to pop this and stay on the high value colour again, going up the table a little bit off the bunch. Well,
No.
these are never easy, even on the back of a 147, these blacks, if he plays it.
Well, look at that. Nothing to choose as regards balls potted. Allen firmly focused right now on getting to the mid-session interval level. As excited as he'll be about making that 147, his primary goal this evening is getting to the semis once again and trying to make him a multiple Masters champion. Only 11 players have been able to win this more than once in the history of the tournament. And another terrific black under pressure.
Well, I think he's disappointed. He might come round and realise he's on the red to the right corner here. If he needs to come and look at this, I think he could be on it. He didn't initially think so. Well, the shake of the head doesn't suggest he is. Well, he is on it, but maybe he just feels he can't get onto the black from it. There's a possibility of a red to the left middle. He's on a roll at the moment, you know. If he could get back on blacks again, I wouldn't rule anything out here because he's very prolific when he's in this break building mode. Can he avoid the reds and hold for the black? No. That's not the worst outcome I've ever seen.
Seeing it like a football at the moment.
Also, I'm not suggesting he's going to make another one here, because that would be probably living in cloud cuckoo land. But you know, the next 147 he makes either this week or during the World Championships is worth £147,000 to him. So at some point that might come into the equation. If it was to be here, then we're all in dreamland. He's only on a break at 24, but he's got the bit between his teeth.
Yes, just a reminder for those who aren't aware, in snooker announcing that this season anyone who can make 2 maximums this season in a Triple Crown tournament will pick up that huge bonus.
He's very awkward here. You know, he's a left-handed player that would use the rest right hand. He couldn't get to it with the rest either, so it's a blind spot for him. It's very hard for him to reach. It's almost impossible for him. He's got to point his cue and hope to pot it. Terrible stretch this is. Yeah. That is a complete blind spot for
24.
a left-handed player that uses the rest right-handed. There's almost no shot for him unless he can play with his opposite hand like Judd Trump can.
You could see how much on the stretch he was there. It was very, very awkward for him. And it's left Mark Selby with a pretty good chance. To end this mini session on a high and take a 3-1 interval lead.
Так, зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу, в якому зіграє Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфінал вийшли Алі Картер, Джерд Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джерд Трампа з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Джей Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Мін Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так, матч грається 17 фреймів.
Claws, I don't think that was part of the plan, given where the cue ball is.
No, he quite stern-faced Mark Selby there. He's got the double that he never played and didn't want.
I'd be disappointed because on the face of it, it looked like a really good chance to make something sizable, even frame winning, but immediately found himself out of position off the red. And now finding himself where he hoped to lead Mark Allen tight to the ball rail.
В першому фреймі вихід на чорний. Забуває його праву лузу. І Селбі виграє перший фрейм з рахунком 1-0. Так, початок другого фрейму.
It's not an easy shot that he's tried there, but I think he's left a red to the middle, so very intricate shot to try and get the cue ball safe from that thin contact. Mark Allen certainly with a red to middle if he wants to play it.
Clever shot from Mark Allen. And look at the reds spread asunder. What a chance to level this match at the interval.
He's putting out all the shots, isn't he, tonight? He played a plant in-off earlier. And now he plays sort of a in-off plant, I suppose you'd call that. It's the other reverse to the one earlier on. He's playing shots that haven't even got names tonight. No, he's playing well. Has he gone far enough, though, with the red? I don't think he has.
5.
And all this after 2 pretty disappointing frames to start the evening, which featured a number of errors from Allen. He missed a few balls. But these days, he's possessed of so much self-belief that he can recover from poor starts. He's done it so many times. He's done it in big finals.
Yeah, I tell you, he's going to be disappointed with that last shot, if there's anything at the moment to be disappointed with. Yeah, gets on that left-hand red. I don't see anything stopping him going in again, but he's finished right in an awkward spot here. He wants to play red to right middle. I think he was going off to the left at a slightly awkward angle for his next ball, but the pot's missable. Just and well controlled, but the pot only just crept in. And all of a sudden, he's not finishing very good on shots positionally. He had a 147 in the previous frame. Now the cue ball is landing itself in difficult areas.
Mark Allen, 8.
So Mark Selby back at the table. Allen erring with the rest.
It's a bit of a test for Selby, isn't it? Because, you know, now he's been kept so cold. All the spotlight's been on the man he's playing, but like you said earlier, you know, this is his chance to lead 3-1. It would be a significant lead. That's always an awkward shot, no matter how confident you are with the rest. Very handy if you could pop that left-hand red of the two close together, because that would open the other one up, but it must be close. Yeah, I mean, it did appear that he could see enough of it, didn't it, as he was lining it up, so that's good news for Selby, but he's got to dig in here. the pink replaced, because none of the spots are free. This is Slava Boshalova, who's officiated on her second 147 of the week. I can't think that's happened very often, has it? Maybe that's a record. Someone will be able to tell me that, you know, because there have been 2 147s in tournaments before, but I don't think the same referee would have done both. I don't know that, because I like to follow the 147s, but don't
50.
always keep track of the referees. But Desislava has done both of them this time around anyway.
16. Twenty-two. 27.
This time it's Selby on the stretch. Mindful of that red close to his backswing. Well negotiated though.
28.
Something of the calm after the storm of the maximum, but a vital frame. The difference between 2-all at the interval and Selby forging a 3-1 advantage, put himself in charge of this match. And then had the chance, missed with the rest.
Just to follow at that point, there were many tweets in the last couple of minutes saying that Desislava did both of the 147s in the British Open. I was there, watched them, but I wasn't aware that she'd done both of those. John Higgins and Ali Carter made them there, and Desislava was officiating in both of those. Tatiana Wollaston let me know. Thank you, Tatiana. Hope you're well. There's some effort. I know it's a great thrill for the referees as well, you see. It's something that they all love doing, and of course it's a thrill. Anyway, right now, Selby is knuckling down and trying to somehow win 3 of these 4 frames despite all the fireworks.
So it's 7.
Selby needs both remaining reds to clinch that 3-1 lead at the interval. So this cannon, all important.
Pretty well played, isn't it? He happened to hit that right side. You saw exactly what he was shaping up when he sort of put his cue to the right side of the pink, and he couldn't have executed that shot better. It's delightful. 20 points to lead. He's going to need both reds, of course. Yeah, just a slightly awkwardly placed red. I mean, obviously it's not on a cushion, but he's got to land. If he's playing on in the right middle, he's got to get right behind this. You don't want to be anything but facing the pocket on these, and that's not bad. Just off straight. You'll need
50.
Well, basically, just need the red, but obviously a colour. You know, red means there's 27 in it, so that's some breathing space. But the colour will follow, no doubt.
Yes, taken these well, Selby. He was first up to congratulate Mark Allen. He had his own moment of history, of course, at the World Championship with his 147 in the final against Luca Brissell. Great moment for him and the crowd there. But straight back to business in this frame, and that brown should mean that it's going to be 3-1.
55.
One snooker to tie at the moment.
Yep, so it's going to be 3-1, and the one frame has
57.
been won with a 147. I can better that because I remember commentating on the session of the UK Championships. Ding Junhui made a 147 2008 against John Higgins at the UK Championship and lost the section 7-1. It's the only frame he won all of the afternoon session there.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? As great as it is just the one frame. And you could see Mark Allen's disappointment at missing with the rest when he was eyeing the possibility of 2-all from 2-0 behind. So, a bittersweet
64.
little mini session this for the pistol. Mainly sweet, of course, with that wonderful maximum break, but he's going to have plenty of work to do on the other side of the break against Mark Selby if he's to book his place in the last four in a meeting
69.
with Ali Carter. Selby will be pretty happy with his evening's work so far.
$75.
Another gripping, compelling and indeed record-breaking session here at this magnificent Masters. And at the end of those four frames, it is Mark Selby, the three-times champion, who leads the maximum man in the second half of this match. Selby leading 2-0. And then stepping in when he got the reprieve for 3-1. Desislava Bosilova, as we mentioned already, has overseen both of the maximum breaks here at the Masters this week. Just a reminder, we'd only had 3 in the previous 49 stagings of this event. Who's to bet against another one before the tournament is over on Sunday night? The way these players are performing, the standard is sky high. But for Mark Allen, Neil, it's a case really of just allowing that adrenaline rush of the brilliant 147 to subside now and focus on what he's got to do to get back into this.
Yeah, I think, you know, in that fourth frame, he was in first. He had an awkward shot. He was ready to sort of go again, and just had a shot that was so difficult for him to get to. But now the dust has settled a little bit. You know, it was ultimately the only frame he won, amazingly.
Very close, so close that the red has stayed right over the hole. Right in the jaws of the pocket, but above ground. Allen getting his cup of hot water refreshed.
The red's gone over the pocket, but of course this one there's a little bit more pressure on because it's not the simplest pot. He's worried about his waistcoat touching that ball right below the black, and it's kind of arched his back in such a way that he won't make contact with that red and play a foul. So, you know, it could have been worse for Mark Allen where the ball's landed from that shot. Desislava will be looking very closely here to make sure he doesn't give away a waistcoat foul. Entirely comfortable. Great shot. Very good. So Selby might be feeling that he might have to even raise his game, you know. I know he's 3-1 up, but he made that break of 82 in frame 4. He wasn't sort of scoring all that well. He missed a couple of chances. He would have been presented chances. He's done well to be in front, but that form might not be enough to take him over the line, despite that lead. So here's his chance to step up in first. What's up with Mark there? Maybe he's got something in his eye, which is a little bit annoying, of course. Cue ball to be cleaned, I think, which is, you don't see that so often now, but I think he just wanted a little timeout almost there.
Selby arrived here very conscious of the fact that his recent Masters record has been modest. Hadn't been past this quarter-final stage for a decade coming in.
12.
If he wins this tournament this weekend, he'll become only the 3rd player to win it 4 times. Sullivan, of course, going for a record-extending 8th.
You've got to make sure that he finishes low on the black here. So we're dropping this in. As you can see, he's got enough room to finish on the black all right. Can't afford to go too far, and he hasn't. That's all right. Seems a natural to go into the bunch. Up on that leg that's 2 up from the black here. That certainly was on his mind. But the side he had on was taking him a little lower down the table. So that red would be difficult if it crossed at all now. The right hand red of the 2 next to each other. It's a little bit of side on this, and he would dip down off the cushion. Playing it. It's a good shot. He's a bit of luck, and quite honestly, he deserves to be on something better than he is. Very positively executed shot.
Break ends on 28.
Selby 28.
A bit unlucky to finish there, wasn't he? After the previous shot. I still thought he'd get it, mind.
Vital frame, clearly. Mark Allen can ill afford to lose it, really. 4-1 down to Selby. The way he's playing would be even for Allen. Tall order. Red's very inviting, of course, now. Selby's done the hard work in this break. Allen pick up the baton and finish the job and close in the process to just 1 behind and right back in the picture.
5.
Well, he's certainly expecting to take the reds in the middle of the table. He is a few behind. It'll take him into a healthy lead, although the other balls at the other end of the table are absolutely going to come into play. The two reds up there. But at the best of times, he's very good at polishing off this kind of situation. And he's had this incredible break tonight as well, which, despite the scoreline, must have given him confidence. Pot this as well as he would like to. If he pots in the middle of the pocket, the cue ball goes further up the table. There's another example of where he's good. He didn't look anything that shot, but he's holding for the pink from a fairly wide angle on the red. He made it look simple. He's going to need all of these reds.
27.
All 5 of them, because he'll only be a handful of points in front. He's been taking seemingly red pinks and perhaps lower value colours with ones at the other end, so he's just going to keep on potting balls here. The scoreboard's not relevant at this stage. The spot, so the highest available is the blue.
34.
And this time he has no real choice but to play on the reds at the other end of the table.
Quite the cannon he was looking for. Sharp end of this frame now, just 13 in front. Vital frame for this man.
He's going to have to play the yellow, I think, isn't he? And of course it's...
Так, зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу, в якому зіграє Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфінал вийшла Алі Картер, Джеред Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джеред Трамп з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Джей Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Мік Джен Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцель. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Матч грається 17 фреймів.
He has a 10-point lead, but it doesn't seem to mean anything because he's not at the table here.
Так, початок першого фрейму. Селбі забиває жовтий шар. Середній вузол, вихід на червоний. Забиває вправо ближній вузол. Вихід на розовий. Selby набирає 83 очка. В першому фреймі вихід на чорний. Забиває вправо вузол. І Selby виграє перший фрейм з рахунком 1-0. Початок другого фрейму.
Well, he's too straight. He's furious with himself. He might be able to get onto the yellow, but as you can see, he's able to use the pocket. The cube will go straight off. He'll play off the jaw. It's not very well played. Hit the jaw of the pocket. He's making hard work of this.
70.
Biggest shot of the evening so far in the context of this match. Right in the middle.
90.
He's going to need another good one. And he's 6 in front, so he still needs up to the blue. What a difference, though, between 4-1 and 3-2.
Can't believe he's finished there on the last two shots. Things have got gradually worse from pink to yellow to green. Now he's pretty much halfway out of position now. The pot could be missed. Position has got to be held for the brown. It's not easy, any of this. And when he came to the table, it was a golden chance. He feels almost obliged to take it. Dropping this in. Holding for the brown to the same pocket. Nicely done.
It was made that much more difficult because Selby would no doubt have been thinking this should have been routine, and it's become awkward, but it looks like Mark Allen's last hope of salvaging this frame. This and the blue for 4-1.
26.
Mark Allen was right down the line of that blue. It was right in the middle from Selby. And he's showing his usual cool and calm under pressure. And taking a firm grip on this quarter-final now. Mark Allen needs a big response from here, because Mark Selby is looking pretty clinical as he extends his lead after the interval and moves within 2 frames of the Masters semi-finals. Mark Allen with it all to do, trailing 4-1. On debut, winning it a further 2 times with 2 other final appearances in the following 6 years, but since 2014 nothing better than this round, the quarter-finals. So I think he arrived this year at Alexandra Palace determined to put that right, and he's certainly well placed now to move into the semis, leading as he is 4-1. But you know that Mark Allen has got Selby-esque resilience. He's already produced a magical 147 this evening. Can he find it within him to drag this match back his way? He's got a lot of work to do, and this feels like a must-win, this next one. At the moment, Selby well on top.
Thank you, frame 6. Mark Selby to break.
Well, Selby getting us back underway. Frame 6 of a possible 11. Ali Carter awaiting the winner tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon, Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7 times champion, against former winner Sean Murphy in their first showdown in 5 years.
Ben, would you phone the office again and just ask them to keep bringing the referee, please?
It's lovely striking. Just look at the way he's finished on the blue. That's the shot of a confident man. He didn't try and get the cue ball back down to the safety of being the other side of the bolt line. On the blue, absolutely A1. It's an odd scoreline, isn't it? 4-1, but the frame that Alan won had that wonderful maximum break. It kind of doesn't read as you'd expect it to, and Alan has got still the chance to turn things around because he's clearly playing well. I know he missed a couple of chances early, but the break was brilliant. And now he's got to try and put a bit more meat on the bones and win other frames.
Potted a couple of outstanding balls on the black,
40.
bookending that maximum break. He's missed a couple as well, though, this evening. Found himself 2-0 behind, and he's sort of been
15.
running to catch up ever since.
I don't know if we got a glimpse of a 2-ball plant there, or whether he is going into them. It seems that he is. That's a good split if he's on the bottom one. Yeah, he's walking around very purposefully. That's a lovely shot. And once again, all eyes on the cue ball and how it doesn't just veer off the bunch. It just stays in the centre of the table, which is always a sign of a very good contact on the pack.
And if he is to turn this around from here against
23.
Selby, clearly he's going to have to score heavily aside from the maximum. Just one other break of 40 this evening from Alan, so vital from his point of view that he makes this pay. Give Selby something to think about. Quick kill would be ideal.
28. $29.
Well, as you're right, he's all right. He
34.
the right-hand red was the one we first looked at, but this one just glancing off the bunch. Onto the black. And his close control again.
35.
Passing all tests. He's just slightly sped up here. Maybe he felt that he was getting a little bit bogged down. Very watchful. The old Mark Allen from 7 or 8 years ago, who maybe wasn't quite the complete winner that he's been the last year, 18 months.
42.
But you know, the old Mark Allen was quite rapid around the table. Very dangerous when playing well. But he slowed his whole game down a little bit. So decided to break it all down
43.
with good results. But here we could do with a sort of a quick kill, as you say.
Both players operating at 27 seconds a shot on average this evening. They were both over 30 seconds per shot in that epic world semi-final, their most recent meeting of the 16 they've played. Remember, it's 8-all, so they'll be having won their 2 Masters encounters, both at this quarter-final stage, both in a decider. Mark Allen would bite your hand off for the 11th frame right now. Oh, he was up very quickly there. It's not normally a positive sign.
He was, wasn't he? I didn't see anything hugely wrong with it. Whether he thought he got a bad contact or what. We don't get too many of those these days. There is a red that goes. You can see the big gap there through the centre of the bunch. He's not interested in that. He's gone red to middle. Slightly awkward queuing over the black. These, of course, can go wrong. It's not a good shot for once. Well, that red goes. I wonder if he knew it went, because he surely could have played on it. The shot he's just tried, unless he did play on it. And he was way off on position. This is a little bit like the yellow in the last frame, isn't it? Into the same pocket from the other end. Missable.
And again, pushed to the far jaw, so
Mark Allen, 56.
Mark Allen with a break of 56, his second best of the evening, but not a frame-winning one, which will frustrate him. Never easy, those. But when you're 4-1 behind to the 3 times champion, they've really got to go at this stage. Selby in joint 4th place in the all-time list of Triple Crown titleists with 9, along with John Higgins. Only Davis, Hendry and O'Sullivan were 22 ahead of him. Sizing up the plant.
Well, he's looking to steal another frame if he can, which would be a crushing blow, I think, to Mark Allen if he could. And he's in a snooker, so 56 lead, but currently got to escape, leave that man in his chair as long as possible without a chance.
Really the contact that Allen wanted with the bunch there. Stop bags of points available for Selby. 7 reds remaining.
Well, that's what he looked at, and he's got it. He needs a little flick here. And not bad on the brown, or the yellow, in fact. So there could be a sort of way back into this frame for Selby. Obviously, the red by the pink's going to be an issue, but for now, take one step at a time. Part his next colour and get behind a red. a miss. I know what he was thinking of, getting on the right side of the table. But I blew off the spot with not much really happening that was unusual about the shot. He wanted to get across to the right. He had so many reds to play on.
A vital reprieve for Mark Allen. He could certainly not have afforded to see Mark Selby evaporate his advantage in this frame. Selby overcuts the blue.
Yeah, I think a deceleration, as we say, where the cue, when going through the ball, is not going through at the speed he would like. He's sort of almost slowing down through the ball instead of speeding up. And on that basis, you tend to overcut, because he was doing something with the cue ball, but not much. You know, it was a surprise, and it's cost him the frame.
Yeah, Mark Allen relieved. He had to win this frame realistically, keep his hopes for the last 4 berth at the Masters alive, and he's done so.
12. 13.
By a distance, the quickest frame of the evening. Just under 12 minutes, long since now won.
Mark Allen 20. And the frame.
Mark Selby missed the blue somewhat surprisingly when he was threatening to get right back in the frame. Mark Allen gratefully accepting the reprieve to close the gap to 2 at 4-2.
Close to it, no damage done. Just as a footnote to 147 earlier, one of the people that like the stats, pro snooker blog, Matt Hewitt, has put on social media that Selby now has the record for he's been on the wrong end of the most maximum breaks. That's the 8th has been made against him. That is a record. It's one he probably doesn't want. I suppose it's nice to be in there in the moment if you're still in the match, to sort of see it firsthand. Best seat in the house and all those things. Anyway,
Mark Selby 4.
in goes the cue ball. Surprised he went it off there, but I don't think you do any particular damage. It's got this red, which might sort of change what I've just said. So if he knocks this in from hand. Just a bit of hesitancy, but I don't know if there might have been a mobile phone went off there, which obviously is not helping anyone. I mean, it literally helps nobody when a mobile phone goes off, does it? It doesn't help the player. It doesn't actually help the person who's phoning up either, because they're not going to get someone answer. Nobody gains. Everyone loses.
I remember a time during COVID where the sound of a mobile phone was actually quite welcoming, because it was a reminder that things were getting back to normal again after so much snooker was played behind closed doors, and then fans were gradually allowed back in. But novelty soon wore off again. Shot, says Mark Allen. For the umpteenth time in his illustrious career, Mark Selby finds the ball cushion with a safety. Excellent return from Allen. Another vital frame, looking to avoid falling 3 down with 4 to play.
He doesn't want to take this on. This red, of course, it's difficult. I feel if he could win this frame, he's really back in the match. You saw what happened there. He just played it with right-hand side and it took straight away. Point now where we could be on the brink of match be that see a comeback, you know, if Allen can continue the good work of the last frame, albeit he didn't do it in one visit. I don't know, he senses he might be playing at least as well as Selby. Not a lot in it, but the frame score tells you otherwise. Selby is now starting to make mistakes. That blue he missed, and that was a very out of character safety error.
Maybe something of a hangover from that blue. Very unusual for Selby to miss a routine pot as he did in the previous frame. It's amazing how quickly the dynamic of a match can change.
Six. Seven.
And if we look at the black here, clearly the blue's unmissable from there. The black's more difficult, but getting back on his spot onto the bottom red, I don't think he played initially on the black. I think he has to take it on, really. It offers a lot more. But, as I say, it was a lot more difficult than the unmissable blue.
He's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with that black this evening. Started and finished his superb 147 with 2 very missable ones. 1 or 2 have gone astray as well, which have been expensive. Will that one be?
Played that pretty well. He might just think now's a chance to develop more reds here, because even though they're not tightly packed, they're not going into all pockets and not spread as much as he could possibly achieve here. think it was worth the risk playing at that speed. Surely he's on a couple of choices here to the right corner.
6.
Be happy enough with that outcome.
Так, зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу, в якому зіграє Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфінал вийшли Алі Картер, Джерд Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джерд Трампа з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. На цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Джей Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Ні Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берце. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так, матч грається 17 фреймів.
That red is incredibly tight, and the other red, well, he's going to have to use the rest. I don't think he'll even play it to the left corner. It's so difficult.
Так, початок першого фрейму. Селбі забуває жовтий шар. Середній лузу, на червоний.
Going very well at the moment. It's a slight crisis in his game, and it's odd. He's 4-2 up, but he's lost his confidence completely. I can tell you. It all stemmed from that last frame missing a simple blue, and this frame, he's mustered 17 points with a couple of chances, so it's an interesting point of the match.
Mark Allen will be picking up on that. Things were looking pretty precarious at 4-1 behind.
Selby набирає 83 очка.
Potentially have been 5-1.
Першому
Selby
фреймі
not missed the
висі на
blue.
чорний. Забуває його праву лузу. І Селбі виграє перший фрейм з рахунком 1-0. Так, початок другого фрейму.
The problem is he's got to raise the butt of the cube, because if he pots this, he's got to take the cue ball wide and sort of almost a long way around the table to avoid crashing into other reds. And all that makes the pot more difficult. Now he's changed again, playing it differently. He's all over the place, I'm telling you. And no one knows it more than he does. That was nowhere near. It's an odd moment to be in front and look like his game is a little bit, without being too dramatic, fallen to pieces.
It was the margin by which he missed that will really concern Selby, who's not been at the races tonight from distance, as you saw just now on your screen. Now down to 27% with his long pot success, or rather lack of it. 3 out of 11.
Well, he's the kind of player that can dig himself out of this situation. I've seen him do it before. Well, it could be that he might have to, because another chance for Allen.
10.
The red on the right of the table is kind of under the line of his cue, which is quite annoying actually. When you play this game, you can see that ball right under your nose.
11.
Sure quite how he meant to play that, because he now left himself a quite difficult shot. Yes, the black's in play, but his next colour is not there waiting for him. Just to avoid hitting the green on this one, potting the blue in the middle. Which he's done. Yeah, he's got a red
16.
to keep the break alive here, cutting back into the right corner. Shot he's usually pretty good at.
Plenty of noise from the Mark Allen fans, willing their man to make this a tight contest. He's already thrilled them with the maximum break. Would have come back from 4-1 to win this match against Mark Selby. That would be an achievement to rival it for sure, if not better it. And that's what Allen craves, a place in the semi-finals as he bids to become just the 12th multiple Masters champion.
24.
He's annoyed about that though. All of a sudden again he's over a ball here. Just again distracted by the pink. He's going to play a different red to I think than what he wanted to play, because he can get slightly better centre ball striking on that.
25.
Getting very interesting, this match, isn't it? You know, it's odd how Mark Selby has won 4 of the 6 frames, but he looks like he's got no confidence whatsoever all of a sudden. And now, of course, with Mark Allen coming at him like this, he's not necessarily going to bring about more confidence. I think he's very capable of reacting, though,
40.
Selby, to the situation, but he looks a bit ill at ease out there, I think, tonight.
Mark Allen missed the black into the left corner pocket. It looked likely
46.
to be costly, but Selby wasn't able to punish and then missed by a distance from long range.
$47.
37 the lead, 51 left before this black. So Allen closing in on back-to-back frames.
Lovely. That's the sort of shot that he's very good at. He's whipping a little bit left-hand side. Put on the top red to move it. Bit of an artist, isn't he, with shots like that, Mark Allen?
This is all he needs.
And the comeback is very much on.
55.
Definitely a sea change in this match from 4-1. Mark Selby was looking good. And he started to make some uncharacteristic mistakes. He looks under it at the moment. And Mark Allen, as he's done so often during this run of sustained success, fighting back from a losing position. Remember, 7 of their 8 best of 11 frame meetings have gone to the wire. One adrift. That was beginning to look unlikely this evening, but Mark Allen very much on the comeback trail. And Mark Selby is now feeling a little uncomfortable in his chair.
81.
And I think the reason he would feel uncomfortable is as much about his own form, which has just dipped a lot, and never mind what Allen is doing. We know what he's capable of doing. He's having a sort of strange old evening, Allen, isn't he, with the maximum, and then a few shots that went wrong as well. But now he's back, and he looks really like he's playing almost his best snooker of the night, dare I say. I know he had the big break. A serious game on their hands here.
96.
And this for his 21st Masters century. Game very much back on here. It's a match that always looked likely to be close. It's getting closer by the moment. Mark Selby pegged back from 4-1. Selby looking to go 2 up with 3 to play.
And I think that would be the one thing that would make him feel more confident. I mean, if it did go to 4-all, then I'm not sure I'd fancy him to win, unless he could change the sort of flow of the last couple of frames. And of course, if he wins this frame, then he's well on his way again. That's why it's a particularly important one, I would say. Allen is the player with all the sort of confidence behind him, it seems. Selby holds the lead still.
Meanwhile, Mark Allen is now within 9 centuries of joining the very elite 600 club. Become only the 10th player to do it.
Just on the stats, and you know, they don't mean a lot, but tournament total points is one thing, but 4-3 Selby, but Allen has scored 100 and, well, best part 150 points more in this match. Ironically, it's 147 points more. So we know where he made the 147 from, frame 3. So there you are. You know, he's won all the frames that he's won easily, and Selby's have been less so.
Yeah, the first 2 frames could certainly have gone either way, but both went to Selby. His highest break of the evening, the 82, that took him to a 3-1 interval lead. But his best since then, just 44, as he misses the thin edge of the red.
Mark Allen 4.
brilliant. That is a fantastic shot. You could not see a ball cued any better from the side rail. It's a natural to get on the black, but you've got to hit it quite beautifully. And he did. So what have we got here? He's in again early with an absolutely wonderful chance. We know how well he's scoring. Well, that's gone wrong, and the reason I say that, of course, is the cue ball's veering over towards those two reds, so the pot is missable. How's he going to get the cue ball onto his next colour? Well, he's going to put the black in the middle, and with the red not hanging over the left corner. Not an easy shot. Be annoyed there because he started off with the great red black. He looked right in amongst them. Gradually he's got himself out of position. He's playing it right behind the line. I would say, if nothing else, it looked like it just went marginally up there rather than down. I thought it was in when he first hit it. Went sort of to the top jaw. Have another look. Here, I think it's going to go in. And it certainly didn't pull down with any nap.
Apparently some unwanted musical accompaniment at the moment in the arena, which hopefully will be addressed, but relief for Selby, who has lost his way a little since he led 4-1. Only the 1/2 century break from Selby this evening, that 82 in the fourth frame. Still hear that music. After much consideration, certainly things getting a little edgy, aren't they? Inevitably, given what's at stake. That magical number of 6 frames. Getting ever closer for both players now, with Alan right back in it, but and Selby just take a bit of the heat off him by moving too clear again. This needs some good cueing. Oh, he was a long way off that. That's not going to restore any confidence. He certainly has lost his way, hasn't he?
I didn't fancy him for it, but I was surprised by how far he missed it. He's having a real crisis of confidence here. No more than that shot. I mean, when have you ever seen Mark miss a shot like that by that sort of margin?
That pot success has dropped off pretty significantly from Selby. At one stage he was heading towards the mid-90s. And further confirmation, the long game hasn't been functioning as he'd like either. And yet he's still in front.
It's a good safety shot. That's the first shot you'd be pleased with for quite some time, I would say. It's blocked off the left side of the table. I wonder if he would consider this red along the cushion here, because with the black over the right middle, you know, there's a lot of value for it going in. I don't think he fancies any shot right now, but you know, there's something to be said for playing it. But I think he's in fear of all shots right now. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy at all, but there's a way of getting in. I think of players on the tour that would have played it, but managed to push the black safe there. I'm not sure he played right in behind yellow. He certainly shaped the cue ball back behind the bolt colours well. Might have played to the cushion instead of behind the ball. But either way, doesn't matter. Selby's in a spot of bother. He's usually very good at these escapes, but the red close to the right middle is causing him a different sort of problem. He has to probably play on that red to hit it, because coming around and resting on one of the bottom two on the right. And the red over the middle is no good to him. Twice across, well judged. Seems straight away he hit it particularly well. That part of his game seems to never leave him.
One of those that you weren't entirely sure about, on its way to the pocket, but it's wriggled in off the jaw. Excellent pot. At the moment, Mark Allen certainly looking the more secure player, even though he's still behind. Six-1 down, remember, to Ding Junhui in last season's UK Championship. Won 9 of the last 10 frames, 4-1 behind in the Northern Ireland Open final to Zhou Yulong. Won 8 in a row. And of course he was 3-1 down and out of sorts against John Higgins. And in the end withstood a fight back from Higgins to make that brilliant break in the decider.
I don't know whether he played on the blue into the middle. It seems a bit unlikely, but that's where he's
Зараз
finished.
огляд
Getting blue
четвертьфінального
is
матчу,
a big help to him.
в якому зіграє Марк Селбі
Much
і
angle,
Марк
just
Аллен.
slightly the wrong side, but he can run it
Грається
through.
турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі п'ятий в рейтингу, Марк Аллен четвертий. Також четвертьфінал вийшли Алі Картер, Джеред Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джеред Трампа з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3.
Two down.
Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з
He
рахунком
wanted to play.
6-3.
He had to go further
В
down
півфіналі
and
зіграє
cross
Роні
to the right.
О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі.
So the break will
І
not do anything.
Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марджі Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Мін Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так, матч грається 17 фреймів. Так, початок першого фрейму. Селбі забиває жовтий шар в середню лузу, вихід на червоний.
Okay, 11.
Забиває його в праву ближню лузу. Вихід на розовий.
And it could be a shot that just gets Mark back on track, providing the cue ball holds up.
Селбі набирає 83 очка. В першому фреймі вихід на чорний.
Pity, because it was a good shot that he hit there, first for a while.
І Селбі виграє перший фрейм з
Isn't that the
рахунком
way when you're struggling a bit
1-0.
and you're looking for something to go in your
Початок
favour? It
другого
was a
фрейму.
good pot. And another day would have landed nicely on the bought colour. And make do with the snooker.
Silver 1.
Yeah, nominated brown there, so he didn't have to reach the yellow, even though he was rolling behind the yellows. That was handy because it was touching ball, you see. It doesn't look that difficult off two cushions to just reach the bottom red, does it? That's the thing. And unless he was to slip around the back of it seemed unlikely. Nicely done. was a very handy kiss, but he deserves it for the shot he played. He quite measured that shot to nothing red. Kimmel's coming across from the left cushion down to the right. He just needs to avoid hitting either blue or the black on this shot when coming across for the next red. He's comfortably avoided those. But he's not really played it very well, has he? He's on a red, but not in great position. A little disappointed not to have made any more of that. Surprised he never tried to pop that red. It was a thin one.
Into the 22nd minute of this frame, and still clearly a lot of snooker still to be played before it's decided. It's a frame that Mark Selby urgently needs from his point of view, given he seems to have lost his way since he led 4-1. In all of the key stats, Mark Allen is actually bettering him at the moment, including the safety, and yet he's still a frame adrift. Moment, he looks the stronger of the two. Seven out of 8 tonight from long range. And now 8 out of 9 with a cracker right in the middle.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. Played it very positively. He's trying to sort of win a sort of Selby-esque frame here, isn't he? By just chipping away, keeping him out, doing it that way. He's reminiscent to a lot of the frames that took place in their World Championship semi-final, of which Selby did get the better. It was a very confident shot, but he doesn't want any more safety belts in this frame. He must try and get this frame one here. I can't believe the shot he's played there. Why has he played that? He had so many ways of getting on his next colour. He could have played one of the reds below. Not too intricate with that. He had so many options. Tried to just chip the pink into play when there's so many other ways he could have got that cue ball out of there onto his next ball. I don't understand that. Even the 2 reds below were possible.
.38 the lead, still 75 on the table though, albeit that the black at the moment is out of commission. Always the danger with the two-cushion escape. If you catch it too thick, the cue ball doesn't go back to the balk end as you'd like. There's another chance for Allen.
Well, he seems to have decided he's going to try and tie Selby up in knots for some reason, because it was a chance. And he may come unstuck if he continues, because at the moment he's got Mark Selby where he wants him, but he's stopped attacking him altogether. Very interesting. He looks the stronger player.
In the event, it wasn't the best safety either. Selby with his hand on the table. But not punished. This is already the longest frame of the night. Vital one, clearly. Selby can win it, and he's back firmly in charge of this quarter-final. Mark Allen has been bossing it throughout, but has yet to apply the killing thrust. Catching the blue wasn't part of the plan, although the cannon could clearly have been worse.
Well, possible game changer there. Mark Allen has had lots of chances to win this frame. It's not that he's missed anything, he's just kind of stopped going on the attack, and now that's kind of brought Selby back into the equation. You'll know that he's not been punished for some of his mistakes in this frame. It's a chance to get one back.
Six. Seven.
Wow, well, that just underlines the fact that in these tight centre pockets, unless you're bang on playing at pace, anything can be missed, and Selby has duly missed the pink. Still 31 adrift. In and out.
Doesn't appear it's going to make any difference as far as being punished for it, though.
Well, it's another good red. Certainly the scrappiest frame of the evening, as well as the longest, evidenced by the fact that only the blue is on its spot. Selby with much to do, given the state of the table, to get back into this frame.
Yeah, you're right about the balls being off their spots, and they don't even hear it. You probably wouldn't mind nudging the green into play a little bit, playing behind the yellow. Done that. He's more than nudged in play. He's pushed it all the way around the table. But interesting to see how this frame pans out, because Mark Allen is certainly trying to shut Mark Selby out somewhat in this frame. Still can't really understand the shot he played where he just tried to flick the pink into play when other options seemed available. Good shot.
Previous longest was actually the first of the match, 27 minutes. This one now into its 34th. 30-point lead, pretty handy one given the state of the table. But perhaps a nagging concern as he goes in off from Mark Allen's side that he could have won this frame already.
Yes, and with the cue ball in the D, this long red, I think the green will pop to the left corner. And this is actually a little test of Selby's cueing, which has been a bit off in the last few frames. These are the kind of shots practice all the time. And he's missed it. So again, he's missing these sort of shots.
Well, Mark Allen may pay the price for not being as clinical as he might have been in this frame. He's been in front all the way through. Will he be in front at the end of it?
I think he thought that maybe the green was some sort of a guide. If you miss the green, and you automatically go straight to the potting angle on the red. But I'll tell you what, that's really brought Selby back into the frame. That one shot alone. He wasn't going anywhere, Selby. It's that long queue in red. Now all of a sudden something's cropped up. Could not have seen coming. I don't know if he played it like that, did he? Surely. Might have played on the bottom red of the two in the left corner under hit, but this is quite an acute angle to the middle from there. These are difficult. Not much pocket opening to aim at. The screen, it doesn't look too bad. It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, that's nicely cued. Missed one at pace into that pocket a few minutes ago. This was a different kind of shot, but he played it very well. He's looked a distant second favourite for the lion's share of this frame, but still very much in contention now. He's played that well as well. Two excellent shots from Selby. Maybe just beginning to get his mojo back.
Well, he's decided to play on the green. It's quite a bold shot. I know he needs the green if he is going to clear up, and this puts it back on his own spot. But goodness, green to yellow with the rest is some shot to undertake. Very positive shot if he plays it. This is tough.
Well, there you go. Yet to miss one in this tournament. This is a big one.
Maybe kind of hoping that if he did miss it, the green would go safe, and it has done so to an extent. Because you're always going to miss one in the end with the rest, aren't you? Especially ones like that. That was tough.
Allen needs up to the brown to win this frame. A frame that won't live long in the memory in terms of its quality. It's been very scrappy stuff, but an absolutely key one in this quarter-final.
Played a good shot there, I must say. He really did, to get in behind green. He'd like to have been a bit straighter, because green to brown still not easy. I don't think he could have played the last shot any better than he did. Yeah, maybe a double with no real interest in the cue ball finishing near the blue. As you say, he only wants the brown. Got to be worth the risk.
His third frame on the bounce to tie it up at 4 each. Never in doubt. He's taken the scenic route to this frame, Mark Allen, but barring snookers, he's achieved his goal of wiping out Selby's lead. 21 the difference, 18 there. One snooker required.
Of course, as ever, Selby will not give up here. But, I mean, where the pink and black are, they're not nice for getting snookers, to be honest. well placed to get the cue ball in behind them.
Very long frame, a vital one. But Mark Allen knows Mark Selby's skills when it comes to getting snookers, so he won't feel safe just yet.
I mean, it's so difficult, really, where the black is. It's not really a position where you get a snooker behind. Two balls both have to be on that right cushion. Pink's too far in the middle of the table to really be a valid snookering ball. That, so you can get them, but not very easily.
Так, зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу, в якому зіграє Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфіналу вийшли Алі Картер, Джеред Драм. Алі Картер виграв Джеред Драм з рахунком 6-5. Ронні О'Салліван, Баррі Хавкінс. Ронні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі, Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Ронні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Джей Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Ні Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так, матч грається 17 фреймів. Так, початок першого фрейму. Селбі забиває жовтий шар в середню лузу, вихід на червоний.
Selby will battle on, of course, in the hope that an opportunity presents itself to get the snooker he needs, but pretty long odds.
Вихід на розовий.
I suppose he's demonstrated how to get a snooker or just about one, but it also shows how difficult it would be to get a snooker that would be that you couldn't get out of. Very likely to hit this.
1-0. Початок другого фрейму.
Sometimes that two cushion snooker is pretty easy to hit. So the long red hit, or long blue here I should say, of course, would just end this frame. Dead straight. So it wasn't a pretty frame, but the important part, I guess, from Mark's point of view, Alan that is that he's won it. And it's going to be a very intriguing outcome from here.
Yes, it's been a marathon, but Mark Allen in the end won't care because he's gradually managed to get himself over the line. 3 in a row, 4 all. Best of 11 now down to a best of 3 for a place in the last 4 at the Masters. Mark Allen getting us back underway, looking for his 4th consecutive frame to put himself within 1 of victory. That seemed unlikely when he trailed 4-1. Mark Selby anxious to relocate something approaching his A game, which has rather deserted him since he enjoyed that 3-frame cushion. Both of these players, though, fantastic competitors. Neither will give an inch in their bid to get to 6 and play Ali Carter tomorrow night. Selby going for a 4th Masters title, to become only the 3rd player in history to win that many. Mark Allen looking to become just the 12th player to win it more than once. And his long game this evening has been almost immaculate. He's only missed 1 out of 11 attempted. That is brilliant. And that was clean as you like.
Yeah, beautiful, wasn't it? Just the way he held that cue ball. So this is the moment when he really can hurt Mark Selby now. We know how well he's scoring in general.
6.
He's pulled back into the match. Now, chance to really make an impact at the start of this frame. The next colour he takes and the angle he's got on it will serve him whether he can get the bunch open or not, because he's going to need to. They're very tightly packed, aren't they? 2 reds just above the bunch. They're slightly away, but the rest of them all looks like they're nailed together. How are you going to get these open? Got a very wide angle here. He'd like to have gone directly into these, but he's a bit straight. So maybe the 2-cushion way to the bunch. Whipping it around close to the right corner, but he didn't play a great shot there. Hard to open them up as they stand. Wow. Didn't even try to open them.
18.
Didn't make much of an effort there, did he? He could have tried on the black
18.
with an angle, or put a better angle on the blue, but in the end he didn't seem interested in getting the reds open for some reason. Well, certainly the majority of the scoring has been by Mark Allen. I mentioned it's 4-4 in frames, but almost 200 points to the good. Not that that matters, but it just kind of does tell a bit of a story about the evening. Sometimes stats, they kind of lie on the scoreline, but they tell you other things. And we've been more free scoring. 147, I suppose, changes everything really in those numbers.
Mark Selby seemed to have absorbed that big hit from his opponent in taking the 2 frames that follow the maximum, but from a position of great strength at 4-1, he certainly lost his way, which is surprising. It doesn't mean to say he can't regather for one last push towards the winning line. It's won both of their previous quarter-final meetings at the Masters, both in deciding frames.
He's always going to have that shot available to him. I think Mark Allen needs to remain positive when the chances come, not get too sucked into the kind of battle that saw him lose in the semi-final to Selby in the spring of 2023. Very long match, in which Selby got the better of, lost the next 2 days to Luca Bracel in that world final. He's a very hard man to sort of outstay in a match like this. Getting behind the brown. Well, it was one cushion, and it was very hard to see a way that he could, I guess, not leave something, and he has left one. So Selby has earned this chance, and that's because of the prolonged safety belt will always suit him over other players. He is the best at it.
Nothing better than one solitary 44 break since he led 4-1. That 44 was made in putting him 3 frames clear, so that's a measure of how his scoring has just not been there in the last 3 frames. He turned the tide here. Establish a bit of rhythm to his game, which has obviously been lacking, not least in that marathon 45-minute frame we just had that ultimately he lost.
4.
So he just wants to get below that black spot so he can get through to the red.
70.
Doesn't want to be straight on this shot on the pink with not so many options as far as reds that come next. You've got a slight angle. A question, how does he get on the next red? The one out on its own to the right of the black. He's got all to get on with a bunch of reds there and the black itself. And taking the pink, where is he capable of landing from a dead straight angle that puts him on another red? That's a good shot. If he's on the red, that's very well played. There was not a lot of room to play with there.
31.
Looks like that's not gone to plan for Selby. So has to take his medicine and play a good safety, and he's normally very adept at doing that, overcoming the frustration of losing position.
Played him behind the brown, didn't quite manage it. He's got a handy lead. The match feels different now, you know. breaks of this kind, I mean, previous frame, a 45-minute frame, there wasn't a 30 break in it. And now we've had a break of 39, so it's all changed from earlier as the tension mounts.
Still only 1/2 century from Selby tonight.
Well, this is a test, isn't it, for him? People have shouted, "Come on, Mark!" But this is not easy, and he's absolutely got no choice but to go for it. If he misses it, he's doing all sorts of damage. So this shot could be the big one in the frame, or even, dare I say, the match. I know we've got some more frames to come. Big shot.
Yeah, 6 out of 15 from distance.
Very well played. Very well played. He's kind of slightly regrouped. I know he hasn't made anything of it recently, but he's making fewer mistakes than he was earlier.
So, a golden chance for Selby to stop the rot, having lost 3 in a row, and with it, his commanding lead. Oh, hang on. Goodness gracious, that is unbelievable. Wow. How often do you see Mark Selby do that? He can smile, but it's a sick smile.
Yeah, it was just when things started to look better. He's missed a sitter.
And he knew immediately.
He's just running it through. He's doing nothing with it. You know, it's very often you see players miss balls because there's a degree of difficulty in position. That wasn't one of them. Tough game, snooker. No one's ever going to say otherwise. You know, you might criticise players on shot selection or disagree with their shot selection, I should say. You can't really criticise anyone for missing a ball because everyone's done it. But it was an easy one, that's for sure. He's added a bit of a different dimension to this frame, though. Oh dear. That's for once, not a good shot when it comes to close control.
8.
He's so good at keeping that cue around and really tight control in amongst them. But that was a poor shot.
So Alan retrieves the situation to some degree, but not perfectly on the black. It's getting edgy, nervy, tense, tight, all the things that we associate with the sharp end of a match of this significance. Stats almost become irrelevant at this stage. It's a battle of wills. Who's got the necessary nerve to deliver the goods? Certainly missable. He's done very well.
It's a good shot, isn't it? Because it always looks awkward when he uses his right-handed from that side, because if he was right-handed, he wouldn't need the rest. So in it goes, and it was a good shot. The last two, he's recovered a situation that he got out of position in.
Oh no. Well, it's catching. Both are feeling it right now, both with vast experience, both proven winners on the big stage, but no one is immune in this sport to the pressure.
Missed it by a way, didn't he? Not really that close. I think the two reds are on to the left middle. Yeah, they are. That has not hit the jaw. And he's still reeling, of course, from his previous miss. That's the thing. He's had all that time in his chair since he missed that bad red to the left corner that he got nowhere near that to the middle. And I was going to say before Selby's red that he missed that of course he'd need that left-hand red, but it applies to them both. Well, he's leaving himself quite a big target here because, of course, the red is a bit off the cushion, so you can hit it directly or off the cushion. Of course, he could go almost around the back of it. Be an unfortunate occurrence. Presumably he's not playing on it. No. It's well played, but of course it doesn't mean this next shot's easy by any means. But the speed he played it at, I suppose red was always going to go somewhere like that. Now, is he going to play on the black or is he going to pot it instead of leaving the snooker? That's a good shot. That's very well played and very positively played as well.
What a chance he's got now. Mark Selby will be sitting in his chair suffering.
16.
He looked to dead cert before he missed that straight red into the left corner. Got a further opportunity, a tougher one into the left centre, which was missed by a wide margin. Up to the blue required for his fourth frame in a row.
Yeah, up to the blue is crucial, isn't it? Where the pink is. But I think this is sort of a return to some positivity, and I think it's fed off of Selby errors. A bit bogged down in the previous frame, which was a long one. And since those couple of misses from Selby, he's been a slightly different player.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly clean pot, but it went in. That's all that matters. And this for 5-4. Wow, what a big frame for Mark Allen, and what a painful one for Mark Selby.
We'll roll this over the pocket, over the right corner, in or over, preferably in, but over will do. So we will attempt to keep the pink out somehow and hope for the best.
The deficit, so one snooker to tie on the pink, but he's got to keep it out first, as Neil mentioned. He's done that. There's the cue ball.
Mark Selby и Mark Allen.
Well, it's eventful.
Играется турнир MrQ Masters. Марк Селби 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й.
Mark Selby is known for his
У
granite-like
четвертьфінал вийшли
characteristics when it comes to
Алі
sport.
Картер
He's
та
going to need
Трамп.
them if he
Алі
loses
Картер
this
виграв
frame.
Джон Трамп з
He
рахунком
remains this
6-5.
match because
Роні О'Салліван,
he
Барі
should be
Хавкінс.
one
Барі
of the two to
Хавкінс,
play.
Роні виграв з
Looks
рахунком
like being
6-3.
Mark
Шон
Allen in
Мерфі,
that
Джон
situation.
Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван, Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марджі Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Мін Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так, матч грається 17 фреймів.
A lengthy frame. Not as long, obviously, as the 8th, which was
Так, початок
5.5
першого фрейму.
minutes, but another 26-minuter and counting.
Селбі забиває жовтий
Match
шар.
well over 3.5 hours in length.
Середній вузол, вихід на червоний. Забиває його право ближній вузол.
I think it was an excellent shot, this. Could have been the temptation to make sure the red and get the snooker, but he wasn't thinking like that. And all of a sudden, he's playing by far the best of the two. Kind of seemed that way from 4-2 down. It was odd. I know it was 4-1 as well. It's getting interesting, but Allen now seems in charge.
В першому фреймі, вихід на чорний. Забиває його право вузол. І Селбі виграє перший фрейм з рахунком
Winner in our second
1-0.
semi-final tomorrow night. Before
Початок
that,
другого
Ronnie
фрейму.
O'Sullivan takes on Sean Murphy. And if Mark Allen does win this match, a lot of it will be down to the quality of his long game this evening. He's only missed 2 out of 12. That is quite a return.
Good pot, but an even better kiss here on the blue.
Keep quiet, please.
That is very favourable, but I think he deserves what he's getting right now. He is playing well. He had the wonderful 147. Fell behind either side of the break. All of a sudden, here's his chance to get the match won. A memorable one it would be. But he's in first again. He needs to do damage. Keep Selby in his chair.
Seven.
Mark Allen has certainly never been afraid of the winning line. We saw ample evidence of that in his match against John Higgins, a quite superb break launched by a risky red, which he just stroked in as though he didn't have a care in the world. Across the table into the right centre. On his way to
13.
break of 86 after John Higgins had recovered from 5-3 down to force that deciding frame. He's done it so many times in his career. In deciders, of course, here he'd like to take it out without need of a decider.
Well, it could be that the next shot makes that possible. Because it's the angle he gets on the black to get the reds open, as we know. Something he hasn't always been able to do
21.
with any great luck or success in this match, but amongst all the good stuff, that is. He's going to go aggressive and play this with a lot of pace. Well, he certainly did certainly. Goodness, what are we going to do here? Can he get through to it? He can't leave it. That's made things very uncomfortable. First question, is the blue in the way? No, but it's straight. You could get cushion first, you might be able to nip it round the angles, but it's just not nice. That's how difficult it was. He couldn't pop the ball. It was a horrid shot. Absolutely horrid.
Marker on 28.
Another twist just when it was beginning to look as though Alan could engineer a match-winning opportunity. Horrible shot. Now, what's Mark Selby got left tonight? He's taken a serious blow in the previous frame. Missing a gilt-edged chance to lead 5-4 himself. Remember, he's not been past the quarterfinals of this event since 2014, a full decade ago.
6.
Having won it 3 times and appeared in 2 other finals in his first 7 appearances, including victory on debut.
7.
There'll be some effort, I think, if he could pick his game up from here, because he hasn't looked very confident in the last few frames, quite honestly. He's a great champion, but that is not very good unless he's on the red to the middle. It was a kind of slightly tentative attempt at opening the reds up wide. It wasn't really sort of going into the bunch, he was just trying to play a cannon, which he didn't judge very well.
In the last 5 frames of this match, his highest break just 44. Only one break of real substance tonight, the 82 in the 4th frame, the 3-1. But he did have the red into the centre, and he's negotiated it, so the break continues. Just looking to restore some lost confidence. First things first, win the frame by hook or by crook, but ideally for Selby, win it convincingly so that he's got the momentum going into a decider. Needs to be as close to that red as possible without touching it, of course, in a direct line.
We're coming out into a colour from it, I suppose. This red to middle, the thin red, up by the blue. That's not a nice shot to be playing. I think he might come back to this one, yep. And of course, he's missed the ball into that pocket. It was easier than this earlier on. That's a good shot. And a nice result. He took the positive option there and played it with great control.
Every one of these shots, though, carries pressure, not least because of what happened in the previous frame when Selby had a similarly open table. He was only a few pots away from leading 5-4, missed a red into this corner. lost him dear.
38.
There's a 10-point lead. You feel that he will go on and win the frame under normal circumstances, but they're not that normal. The pressure is quite intense out there. Even that shot, you know, he's not quite controlled it as he would usually do. It's quite simple. Just dink it across on the red, but he's overdone it a bit.
He's only missed one in the tournament with the rest. I don't think anyone was predicting a runaway ahead of this match this evening, and most were saying it's going to be extremely tight and probably extremely late. And all of those things are, sure enough, coming to fruition here.
I don't think Mark Allen was asleep there. I think he was just trying to keep relaxed sitting in that chair. Certainly hope he wasn't asleep. Have to wake him up with his shot next, but I don't think that's quite what's happening.
Yeah, cut back into a blind pocket under this pressure, not a gimme. And again, Mark Selby can't apply the normal ruthless streak that we would see from him. It is only a second half century of the night, but not a frame-winning break.
Slight deceleration again over cut normally means you've not gone through the ball at the correct speed, pressure, all of those things. He was looking better actually, wasn't he? It was a decent break, that 55, but ended before the frame, of course, is one, crucially, and nothing safe. Interesting angle he's put there. It's a nice shot from Mark Allen. Coming across there, putting the yellow in the way of the three reds. It's well thought out. That's a sort of Selby-like shot, I think, tactically. He's giving Mark Selby problems. He's snookered, and also he's got to find a way of not leaving red on when he does hit his next red. Wow, did he play it? I suppose he did. He's wriggled out of a situation there, but now does he want to take the black on and play on the red? Because, I mean, if he was to miss the black, it could be his last shot. It's not straightforward, but neither the black or the position.
don't think he was sure that it was going to drop, but drop it has. So 1 pot away from taking us all the way. Q knew. This is going to be the 8th time in 9 best-of-11s between this pair. Who've split their head-to-head, 8 wins apiece. But a deciding frame is required.
Yeah, it's been an unusual one, though, isn't it? Because it's not that it's been nip and tuck all the way through. It was a big lead that Selby had at 4-1. And of course, we'll try and get the snookers. He requires 2 of them.
Mark Selby 15.
But we do believe, and everything we know, it will go all the way.
On the table from Selby, who still needs to take care to ensure he gets his final frame. Twice he's beaten Mark Allen in the decider here at the Masters. And he's missed that one. Oh, hang on. Wow.
Mark Allen 7.
Well, how about that then? That's to hit the black. I mean, this man is one of the cleverest players I've ever seen. But he was in trouble. But to hit the black, I was very surprised that happened, because he surely could have found a way of not doing that. Now, of course, he can tie that snooker as well, although it's not difficult to hit necessarily.
Selby looks to the heavens, scarcely able to believe that this frame might be getting away from him. And with it, the match.
Obviously, as I say, you can only tie red-black with the colours that makes the frame down to a respot. Gives Mark Allen plenty of reasons to think he's still in there with some sort of a chance. Well, a good shot. These are snookers that have got to be hit, and now, more importantly, he's got to keep the ball safe.
Where's the red? Where's the red? You could not make this up.
Well, it was a big fluke, wasn't it? No one's saying that Allen would definitely have won the frame, or even levelled it for a respot, but he would like to have had the chance.
Well, we're definitely going the distance now. And there's an air of inevitability about that, pretty much from the moment they shook hands this evening. Given their track record, given the tightness of their rivalry.
9.
Set for a post-midnight finish. Ali Carter pretty much predicted this in the Eurosport studio earlier, fresh from his
13.
dramatic victory from the brink of defeat against Judd Trump. And it's panned out. What a battle.
18.
Magnificent maximum break from Mark Allen, who did make another century as well. Rather at odds with a lot of the snooker we've seen this evening, which has been tense, nervy, edgy, and at times error-strewn. But Mark Selby has done what Mark Selby does. He's battled, despite struggling with his game, to force a final frame here at Alexandra Palace. All to play for a place in the semis, 5 each. Very few have left early tonight. They want to see the climax of this, however long it takes. There's the handshake. The 2018 champion Mark Allen to get us underway in the final frame 11.
Mark Allen to break.
It's not a particularly good break-off shot. In fact, it's a worry already for Allen. He's left that red. It's the thing that tends to happen. It's a match that's had everything, this. I'm seeing the wonderful maximum break, some nerves. Now we've got a decider. And Selby will be thrilled to be in first in this one. Well, he'd like to have been a little bit straighter on this blue if he was going to play for a red. Now that's why he's considering a bolt colour. Brown punching the cue ball round. A couple of angles for the red. It's not perfect.
5.
That's a good shot. Certainly harder than Selby made it look. Had to
6.
hold the butt of the rest high in the air. Pressure immense at the moment.
It is, and also he's wrong side of the blue, so getting down for a red from here is not easy. Good effort, that. And not a bad result. It felt very good. He didn't really bust the pack open as he would have hoped to. But the one red that did come out was lined up with the cue ball for the corner. And he can run through onto the black.
12.
Didn't take a backward step there, did he, Selby? He played the positive shot. Is he going to be rewarded? let anything go for him. Body language would suggest not. Happened to Selby a few times this evening going into them. Touching ball declared by Desislava Bosilova. Had he been on a red, he could really have been in business there.
Yeah, the fact that it's touching guarantees he's not on that red now, doesn't it? Because it's the red would certainly move on the way through. So it was a poor break-off shot for Mark Allen, which has kind of not been punished. 10 points in the grand scheme of things, even in the decider, is nothing.
They've been doing battle this evening. Still we're none the wiser as to who's going to prevail.
Selby 19.
Yeah, that's well played. Good weight on the cue ball. I think already Selby is looking at a containing shot, pushing the red up and sending the cue ball down this end. Not many people have gone home. I guess a few.
Зараз огляд четвертьфінального матчу,
Public transport.
в якому зіграє
Full house here still. Yali Pally.
Марк Селбі і Марк Аллен. Грається турнір MrQ Masters. Марк Селбі 5-й в рейтингу, Марк Аллен 4-й. Також четвертьфінал вийшла Алі Картер Джер Трамп. Алі Картер виграв Джер Трампа з рахунком 6-5. Роні О'Салліван Баррі Хавкінс. Роні виграв з рахунком 6-3. Шон Мерфі Джек Лісовський. Шон Мерфі виграв з рахунком 6-3. В півфіналі зіграє Роні О'Салліван Шон Мерфі. І Алі Картер чекає пару Селбі Аллен. Також на цьому турнірі грав Гаррі Вілсон, Марк Джей Вільямс, Роберт Мілкінс, Джо Хіггінс, Ні Джин Ху, Ніл Робертсон, Жан Ада, Лука Берцен. Четвертьфіналіст турніра отримує 30 тисяч фунтів. Так, матч грається 17 фреймів. Так, початок першого фрейму. Селбі забуває жовтий шар в середню лузу, вихід на червоний.
Well, he doesn't want that to be a touching ball. He was lining up that side.
Праву ближню лузу.
It's not one, so that kind of makes things a little easier for Allen and not so easy to get the mid-center shot in by Selby.
Селбі набирає 83 очка в першому фреймі, вихід на чорний. Забуває його праву лузу. І Селбі виграє перший фрейм з рахунком 1-0. Так, початок другого фрейму.
Disappointed to hit the brown almost full on, which means there's always the possibility of darting this sort of red into the left corner, and he's potted quite a lot of these, especially into that left one that he's going to be playing this into. A number have gone in, got him started in breaks. Well, it's an aspect of his game that is in terrific shape, isn't it? Almost fancy for those shots now, and they're never going to be easy.
Most of them have been going right in the heart of the pocket, as that one did. Give me one chance, players will say, in a decider. Selby had his, ran out of position, going into the reds. Now Mark Allen gets his opportunity. Made a wonderful 86 break to seal the deal against John Higgins in the final frame. Also launched by a great opening red.
Well, he had the natural angle to go into them, and that's a pretty good result. It was played with decent control. Here it is again, he just hit the middle red, freed the pink as well. Goodness, what a chance he's given himself after that terrific long red. This really is, I mean, for a player like Mark Allen with his control in amongst them, in the back of a maximum tonight, yeah, this is such a great chance. Just the kind of opportunity he was hoping, praying to get.
Three. Tonight.
So there's a little stun shot off the cushion on the choice of two reds. Well, I don't think he played on the red to middle, but he'll accept it if it's the only one available for him. And he's taking this one, screwing up for blue. Needs to get on the blue perfectly. It would make a huge difference.
38.
That is absolutely A1.
Just has this ability to get in the zone in situations like this, Mark Allen, when the match is on the line, everything's at stake. He's done it time and time again in his career. We know that he's remodelled his game in the last couple of seasons to very successful effect, but even before that, when he was quicker, perhaps a little more attacking, he always had that ability in deciding frames to show up, deliver the goods.
44.
And he's threatening to do it.
It amounted to 19 points, didn't hurt him. Here he is, on the verge. Goodness me. It's so out of character, that sort of shot.
51.
I knew he had to play off the reds. But the cue ball's completely out of sync with where he wanted it to be. And not least the pot not going in.
Mark Selby missed a sitter when he was poised for 5-4. Mark Allen has done likewise when he was getting close to being on the brink of the semi-finals. What drama. Sure, Selby was sitting in his chair almost resigned to his fate there. And that's a very nice red.
Didn't want to push the green safe. I suppose for now he'll not think too much about that. But it certainly might come against him later on. But it was a good red.
And today is now officially tomorrow. We're into Saturday, semi-finals day. But who is going to be taking part in our second semi-final tomorrow night? Willing that cue ball past the blue.
Yeah, and now you look at the fairly safe reds, or the safe red on the right and the green where it is.
Five.
Well, certainly Mark Allen is pinning his hopes on those two balls, saving him.
Six.
Selby's been prone to missing the odd, inexplicably easy ball tonight. He doesn't want to do that again now.
Mark Allen's turn to sit and stew. He was looking good there. Out of the blue, missed one that he wouldn't normally, but this isn't normal, is it? This is the climax, the Masters quarter-final.
Yes, I wonder if he was going to hope to get a shot to push the red out. I don't think it would be on anyway from where the first red is in the middle of the table onto the second one. Certainly not from this angle. So now what does he do? He might have to play on the red down the cushion. He's a right-hander. Not sure there's any canning about him at all. Okay.
22.
Sort of teetering on the brink there, but he played it quite well. He wanted to be just off straight. Now there's only one shot, and that is to screw in behind the red. Down the cushion. Played it well enough. He's within touching distance of Mark Allen's score now, of course. So at least he's done the first part, and that's to just bring himself back into the frame of match. Now, the next step.
Got to be super accurate with these.
I think he was hesitant on the backswing there. Somewhat tentative the way he brought it back. Pressure, of course. Can't blame him. Goodness, the pressure is immense out there.
And that green is looming large as being potentially the key ball in this match now.
Just not his best strike through the ball, that one. Anything goes from here, doesn't it?
Yeah, all bets are off. What a match.
I mean, neither Mark Selby's red down the cushion nor Mark Allen's shot from underneath the cushion were easy there, but both would get them more than they would miss them. Green is important ball. Both players will need that anyway. Doesn't really matter if he did get the green out. Quite well played. Looks to be a snooker. Such a good player at hitting snookers, but he couldn't control that red hitting the blue. It's not an easy cut to the middle. The red's kind of on the blue spot, so we've got the normal sort of feel for the shot. Or is he playing it into the bottom? His long game has been really on point today. There's another one. It's something I always associate with Mark Allen, but I tell you, it's been there.
13 out of 16 successfully achieved tonight for Allen.
Thank you.
And a lot of them very good ones. Sometimes that stat can be misleading if there's object ball close to pockets, but hardly any of them have been like that.
For some time, though, the green has been the ball that looks likely to be decisive in this thriller. What a finish we're in store.
3.
Yeah, taking yellow is the worst colour to take really. Because if he's 10 in front on the green, it's a very misleading lead, because if you're 10 in front on the green, you still need 3 pots. But your opponent only needs 4. It's literally 1 ball difference. No, it's a terrific effort. He played it with topspin and right hand run inside. And yes, he's got an angle, but actually that works in his favour. Had he'd been left with a straighter shot, I don't know how it would have got on the brown. This is very well played. Just got to watch out that the blue doesn't get in the way here. Position on the brown. On the other side, but he's overdone it. And he needs brown and blue. This is very difficult for me. He played it that side because of the point I was making about the blue. Rolling it in, possibly getting snookered behind it if it went down the right of the table. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That is a fantastic shot under pressure.
And listen to the roar. Once again, Mark Allen showing his mettle when the pressure is at its greatest. This for the match. And it's there. And he knows the job is done.
Yeah, he's been very good tonight. The scoreline, 6-5, doesn't really flatter him. I think he's been the better player. Never mind the 147, but the way that he's finished the match, his long game and break building, all of it, first class.
Mark Allen sets the seal on a night he will never forget. A 5th 147 in the history of the Masters. Just as importantly, a place in the semi-finals